Okay, looks like I am live. Hello and greetings to you, viewer from across the tubes. I'm Gnarly Quack and back working on my Python TOML parser, which I hope to finish up today. And I'm looking at my thing, and I've kind of just been following the what seems to be popular, having my face down here, but I also work on this thing in my head blocks out. So I'm thinking about moving my head up here. Not sure what I think about that, but you never know until you try. So I'm going to go up there today. And I'm sort of half inclined to do something like that, to make it symmetric, like my head's coming down off the top. That's probably a little distracting, so I guess I'll just flip myself back. All right. And then how do I just... Don't select that anymore. Okay. Guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, so that was a very productive start to everything. We're in projects here. I gotta get my virtual environment up there. And I guess we're in good shape there. I guess one thing I want to do is I got this make file here. I think I'm just going to make this like one command. Let's see what that does for anything. Okay, and then what happens if I just break something? These are these failing tests here are kind of what I'm going to start off the stream doing, I guess. Yeah, okay. So if this fails, right, then the big long thing won't run, which is exactly what I want. Because I kind of want this little my smaller test suite here to be a little bit of a sanity check on whether things are working or not. But I guess in the meantime, it's time to finally start validating all my date stuff. This to-do here. What else do I have here for to-dos? I got just that. Basically that. So one thing I believe I totally messed up here is I went through all these machinations trying to retain. So as we lex things, right, we have sort of the actual kind of value that we end up pulling out from the text that we lex, but then we have sort of the original text that we sort of consumed while lexing. And I went through all these machinations, being able to sort of reference back to the original text, and then I proceeded to immediately not do anything with that. Because well, actually underscores are allowed here. Because one thing that happens is, in TOML with numbers, you can use like an underscore as a separator. I guess as long as I'm blabbing on about this, I can pull up the spec. So where are we here with numbers? You can do this sort of thing, but it's only allowed for actual like numbers, and like hours and dates, since our times and dates, it's not allowed. But I'm trying to be a little bit more flexible with what we're doing in the parser. So basically I'm just lexing digits, and then once we sort of figure out the context of what we're lexing that in, we then check to see whether like you're allowed to use underscores in that, because basically that's all that is. So but then, right, because we're pulling out only the digits here in the flex digits, right, we check to see if they're underscores, and we basically just eat them. We do the validation that we need to do, but we're only pulling out the actual digits and returning that. And then we're kind of once we figure out what we're doing with them, we pass them on to the appropriate lexing function. And the first thing I do is I check the digits to see if there's an underscore in there, which there won't be because we've pulled it all out. So what I want to do is back here in, or down here, where we are pulling out the lexeme, I think I'm going to pull that out into a different function. These are all my, what are we doing here? Those are my errors down there. I guess I'll just stick this here. We're going to need the iterator for that. And then we're basically just going to return that. So then under token here, oops. We want the lexeme to be get lexeme. But what that means up here then, under lex state is we want this in here, essentially. And I guess we're not even, right? How are we calling this? So we're just basically peeking at the next character and then jumping right in here. So we're not doing any sort of validation, hence my to-do, I suppose. So, what is this here? Then what we want to do is we'll cast that to an int. And I guess I have a choice here. I can push on. Because essentially then what we also need to do is we need to validate essentially something like, and I don't think I'm importing date time anymore. So where are we here? I lost it. I need to get my Python documentation. Let's get the library reference up here. Essentially, we're going to need to, for like a date, we're going to basically need to validate these values. And where's min year and max year? No, that's not what I want to do. Min year, so that's right in. So essentially, if, well, I guess we can actually, I mean, we could have a 0 here, so. And I suppose instead of throwing insertions here, I can just actually start making these in that area, because that's kind of what most of today I assume is going to be. So let's kind of flip this a little bit. Oh, and this is exactly. This should be up here. And that's going to go down here, I suppose. Else, somewhere I have an unclosed just close out for now. We'll do missing year. So if year, then and I feel like this is going to get kind of so I guess I could sort of reverse all this just to kind of keep this a little bit flatter. Although some of this we don't want it to, we don't necessarily want to stop here. We'll do that, and I'm kind of thinking if I should just pass in the context. So let's try that. And I kind of just want to do this. Let's maybe pass in the year. I'm kind of wondering if I should pass these in here. So let's do year, datetime min year, and then datetime max year. And then either way, I guess we'll toss that year in there. And I guess I need to do that. If year, and that's kind of what this is going to look like for everybody. More or less. So, oops, wanted to yank that, not, so month is going to be, again, lex digits. If month, otherwise missing month. This is what the token we're going to end up appending is. Then that's going to be, I'm kind of wondering if I should make this error thing a, just sort of parameterize that. And what is back here to our date? We want I guess we don't need to okay, then we going to do the same thing with day. So just go ahead and switch all this out. We are, this is a token we're going to end up appending. I need to, oh, I guess I already kind of took care of that. So let's see here. If we have a day, then we have an and there's an underscore in there. We have an invalid underscore in day. If the length is not 2, then we have an invalid day length. And here, let me come back to that real quick. And then we're going to, whatever, I guess pop that on there. I guess it doesn't really matter whether we end up tokenizing that or not, because since we have errors, we are going to not do anything with that anyway. So, guess what I need is the leap year rules. Let's just start here. How many? Okay, this is a whole lot of can a tree change time? The number must be divisible by 4, except for end of century years. So I'm probably going to screw this up something fierce. Guess I'll unmute myself there. Got a little brunch bubbles going today. Kind of a lazy Saturday, although hopefully not a lazy programming day. What does this say about rules? Good lord. I might have to end up on Stack Overflow, or somebody will just tell me what the thing is. So, the year must be divisible by 4. And maybe I'll just push down. I don't know. Let's push down. So we want the day. I don't know. Let's take year, month, day. I guess the month doesn't matter. Well, actually, I guess it does. So if month in, so January, March, May, June, July, I think August. So I guess the first thing we can do is let's just assert here. I guess I can do this in Python. I think that works. Okay. So that's kind of nice. So, and so we'll start with valid. If day is less than 1, then valid is false. Oops. Otherwise, if month is that and day is actually, I guess we need to split this out. Balance going to equal day is less than equal to 31. So I guess 4, 6, 9, 11. So I feel like I probably should So let's see. January is 31. March is 31. May, July, August, October, and December. So looks like I may actually know my calendar. April, June, September, and November. Um, uh, so if what are our rules here? Deer must be divisible by 4. So if you're let me just make sure I know my operator. Hey, Basin. I'm doing well. How are you? How are you doing today? It was good. It was good. We just did some games. We're actually going out again tonight for some bowling. So, nice. Yeah, I woke up early today. Well, for what, by my definition, which was like 8 o'clock. And then I sent a text reminding everybody about the party tonight. And then I went back to sleep for like 2 more hours. Maybe 3 even. But we just did some games last night. Didn't get too much drama. People in my group get a little competitive. So we'll see how bowling goes tonight. But all in good fun. All in good fun. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of, I feel like I'm half cat sometimes. It's like I just want to find a nice sunbeam and sleep in it, and then when the sun goes down, I end up being kind of wired. Although these days, as one gets older, one starts to get tired, you know? Oh wow. Yeah, I don't know. Beginner's luck seems to be like a thing, you know? Like somebody's like, oh, or I don't know, you get into your head. I don't know. I'm usually not very good, but somehow if I can get into the zone, I can knock some strikes down. I feel like I don't know what my record is anymore. I mean, I seldom go bowling, but I feel like I once got like a couple strikes in a row or like a couple strikes in a spare. So we'll see what happens tonight. The last time anybody in our group went bowling was probably for my birthday before the pandemic. So hopefully, like nobody throws out their back or something. We're all not youngsters anymore. Um. So if it's divisible by 4, and oh wow, oh wow, yeah, that does sound nasty. I feel like I'm oops. feel like kind of punting on this. Yeah, I do. I used to let's see here. Somewhere somebody had this. My grandpa used to take me bowling a lot. So it's kind of funny because he'd always get on me about like my form. So people say, "Wow, you look like a professional bowler," and it's like, well, don't be fooled. If I break 100, it's a good game for me. But yeah, I do enjoy it. So uh, and I also remember my grandpa. Well, because he was my grandpa, he couldn't really get down, so he'd kind of like toss the ball a little bit. But yeah, I guess good memories of that. So that helps. That helps too. If so, we want not divisible by 100, or so I think that's it, right? Yeah. So I probably should check this. So let's just do some dummy checks in here. So what's going on here? I have a syntax error, of course. 856. Let's try that again. What is wrong with... Oh. All right, so we want to do validate. What were the examples we had here? So let's go 2000 to am I not? I guess I'm not returning anything. It's a good thing I'm testing this. So you, but you're well, you're in right. You're in Austria. Am I remember that right? Is it usual like you're getting rain this time of year? Because you've been in kind of the deep freeze here. All right, so this is that 2000 was the leap year. Are we getting any leap years? Are we just always returning false? Oh, we actually got a true. All right, so my leap years are completely messed up. Okay. Yeah, well, in Chicago, rain in the winter is kind of unusual, but we've had a lot because usually it's supposed to be. So if we're divisible by 4, we want to make sure we're not divisible by 100, right? Which must be divisible by is it century? Century. Yeah, century's 100 years. So if we're not divisible by 100, right, that should be true, right? I guess. Oh, wait, not. If it's not divisible by 4. Or wait, if it's divisible by 4. No, here, I guess what I should do is equals 0. And this is not equal to 0. Oops. Let's try that on for size. We're kind of right in the center of the country. I guess I need another thing there. But the weather patterns are kind of well. Oh, well, I guess we're not right in the center. We're kind of more easterly. But then the weather patterns kind of swoop like this. So you kind of got to get, well, I don't know. Because it's like Boston, which is over here in Massachusetts, gets like the same weather as we do like 2 or 3 days later. But yeah, I guess we're a little bit farther east than I thought we were. Of course, we are right on the border of the Eastern time zone. The Eastern time zone begins like right somewhere along here. Anyway, fun with geography. So what are my examples here? This is what I want. So 2028 is a leap year. 32 is a leap year. 36 is a leap year. 1900 is, well, it shouldn't matter. And 2000 was a leap year. Okay, it looks like I may actually have this working. All right. Oops. So now, stop it. All right. So now where were we? We were up here in Lex State. So we want the year, the month, and day. I guess since we're asserting that like we only really want to validate this day if we have a valid month and year. No, I haven't seen that. But I also don't have a car. And if I did, I have a garage. But there was, I don't know if it was here in the city or like a suburb, but there was a news report of like one of the police departments handing out free like anti-theft devices, like a club, you know, that you put over the steering wheel so you can't turn the wheel. And like, I don't know how many of those they had, but they like ran out because everybody was buying them. But there's I don't know, some of the, like, we got elections coming up for local elections, and people have been campaigning on well, crime in general, because crime's been pretty bad, like since the pandemic and everything. But apparently, cars, like people are stealing catalytic converters out of cars. Um, I don't know what that's all about, but yeah, there has been a thing with cars, but I haven't really, not having had a car, I haven't tuned into that, into the news about that so much. I don't know. These days, I feel like the less news I listen to, the happier I am. So the amount of like before I have like a kind of a regular like working schedule like I do now. So now basically my alarm goes off in the morning. I kind of turn the news like the radio on, usually to news because it's typically neutral enough to kind of like I'm not quite awake in the morning. So it's usually just kind of a neutral thing where it helps me wake up, but also I'm not listening to something that whatever is all that engaging. But so the point is like I kind of regularly listen to it every morning now for about 20 minutes while I'm getting ready for work. But before when I was like on an unusual schedule, like I would just kind of randomly turn it on at times, and every time I turned it on, it was like um, just some horrible news, and it's like, why do I even bother turning the radio on these days? It's depressing. So I don't know, but also it kind of sucks not being informed. But I don't know, ignorance is bliss, I guess. So what am I doing here? Trying to Alexa date. Yeah. And so we got two options. We can either only I feel like we only want to do the stay if we're valid up into this point. And I guess what we can actually do is valid year. Let's go true, and let's go valid month equals true. And then we'll do that, and we'll do valid year equals false. Because this, even though this is like a lexing error, we could still actually have a valid year in there. Same thing here. So down here, when we want to validate the stay, oops. Invalid day value. I don't know, we may want the year and the month all in there, and then I guess we don't actually care at this point to keep track of if day is valid or not. So we're gonna want to do the same thing here, and this is like I'm just gonna spam this all in here, but I kind of feel like I where are we at here? I kind of feel like this could probably be pulled off into some sort of validation function. So oops. How did I get there? Aren't I supposed to be? I don't know. Our I don't even know what's going on now. Actually, I don't even know if I need that. So let's see here. So we want to lex an hour. At the end of the day, we're going to be sticking an hour on there. So if hour, then invalid underscore an hour. Then we have an invalid hour length. And so what are our valid time? Time. Actually, this is even for, so let's see here. Actually, we want, this is the time zone stuff. So time zone, so I guess 24. Now, we kind of have an hour. This doesn't actually say anything useful, but this is saying what? So this allows anything between plus or minus 24 hours, but there's also like a list of valid time zone offsets. So the question is do I want to validate the actual time zone offset, which I don't. I guess. We'll just do that. Valid hour value. Else we're missing, I guess we're missing an hour. And then we want to do the same thing with minute. And I guess minute probably has to be so let's hour. And this is going to be 60, I believe. So that is kind of that, I guess. And I don't know. I suppose I should just start breaking this out because we're going to have to do. So if I was going to make this a so the logic is a little bit different for a year here. Let's just pull this out. And I guess, I don't know, I guess this will kind of go in this section, but so we're going to need some value here, obviously. We're going to need the iterator and the value. So if value, so this is what so this is where this gets a little right, because all of this is going to be subtly different. So I guess what we can do is maybe just validate year. We'll take the year. And I feel like I kind of want to, well, let's just do this first. We're going to need our tokens. We're going to have validate month. And I guess we want to return a we're going to want to return that so we can keep track of this stuff. Then we're going to want to do this, and then we're going to want to do that, and we're going to have validate or valid month equals validate month. And this is going to go to this. We're going to want our valid equals true. So let's see here. Month and valid month length. Yeah, they're going to want validate day. Here we're going to actually want all this. So here, so I guess what we can do is, iterator tokens day, or what do we say? Year. Oh, we actually don't have the year, do we? So we'll do year, month, and I guess, you know, well, just wondering if we should push this into, so this would turn from Lex or validate into Lex. Let's just kind of get this going. So what are we doing here? We're gonna want to return. Oh, I didn't even return anything. If year. Okay. So here we'll go year equals 0. Otherwise, I guess we'll pen that. Maybe here too. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't matter. Right, this is already falsy. We don't actually... then we'll do month equals 0. Otherwise, we'll stick that on there. We'll return the month back. And then, so we get the month day, and then we want to validate day, year, month, day. I guess all that goes away. Oh, wait a minute. I did not mean to... This is what I want. I actually wanted to copy this over. So if we have a day, otherwise we're missing the day. I don't even know if we need to return anything. And this is just going to go to year and month. Otherwise, we'll stick these tokens on. So now we're going to want the same thing for this validate hour. Actually, I don't even know if Oh, I yanked too much here. Uh, so let's see. And then we're gonna have validate minute. And here's the thing, seconds I think is actually going to be probably actually excuse me, is probably actually going to be the same. Oops. So if you want underscore, if it's not 2 digits, and if it's not within 1 to 60, actually, I guess 0 is allowed. And actually, do we? Right, we're not even. Right, this is kind of an unsigned value. And actually, what are I may be hosed here on the the hours too. So yeah, 0 is allowed. Okay, so so if hours greater than minutes greater than 60, or I suppose I shouldn't rely on my knowledge. It's got to be less than, so greater than equal to 24. I'm really trying to get this wrong. And then, so, okay, so this is going to be validate hour, iterator tokens hour. This is going to go to validate minute. And then, no worries, Basin. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And actually, your break too. What, you're off all week? I should probably go refill my coffee anyway. Thank you. Thank you. I'm less worried about the bowling and more worried about not drinking too much tonight because I want to be able to enjoy tomorrow. But appreciate it. Thank you. So this is going to be exact same logic. Validate sub hour maybe. So let's this is going to go to type, right? Or maybe unit. Let's call this unit. So if value, then yeah. So this is going to go to go to that. Value is going to be that. This is going to go to value unit. Oh, but here we need to know what token to slap on. I guess instead of this could be unit. Right, we could just pass that in. So let's do that. So it's going to go to something like that, I suppose. What a dumb name. But I can't really think of a better one right now. So this is going to be sub hour, and this is going to go token type minute. I don't know. May have to come up with a better name. So second, this is going to go back to validate sub hour. So we're taking iterator token second token type second. Then this I feel like this is going to be what invalidate. Oops. So where are we here? Then this is going to be invalid underscore iterator. Hey, hi MKB. Yep, still here. And how you doing today? I don't know, fractional seconds. So I think that I might take care of that. Not optimistic about how this is all going to work out. And I was right to not be. In fact, on all these functions, I don't know why I'm just forgetting to put colons on my functions now. Where are we here? 852. A minute is not defined. 881. Somewhere I missed. Yeah. All right. So I feel like everything should pass. Even though we have broken code. Yes. Yes. Oh. I guess I haven't been following the news. I was just talking to Bazin about how the less news I listen to these days, the happier I am about life. So, oh, is that a UK specific thing? That may be also part of the reason why I haven't heard it. Uh, Oh, this Nicola Bully. Like, is she famous or something? Why does everybody care? I don't know. I mean, not to sound callous or anything, but I get what you're saying, right? I'm actually gonna go refill my coffee. So give me like 2 minutes. Actually, I'll give myself 3 minutes. Oh, hey, Schoolie. You're just in time for my coffee break. Give me like 2 minutes to go refill my coffee cup. I'll be right back. Uh, yeah, you two can chat. That's right. You're old friends. Yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I think I'm back. Looks like I am. It's going well. I'm pretty much well. I'm passing the this TOML test suite. Uh, but I kind of need to go through and excuse me, implement all these like errors. I don't know. I would hope there's a lot of finicky stuff there, so I'm kind of hoping to almost like wrap this up today, but probably won't happen. I don't know. I'm going out partying tonight, so we'll see how what kind of shape I am tomorrow. I may even hop back on tomorrow, although I've got a call at 1 o'clock. I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of hoping to get this kind of finished up this weekend, and then I want to do a C++ version of that, so maybe get started on that. But then I can start using this stuff at work. But in addition to just sorting out all these errors, there's one other feature I kind of want to implement here, which I don't think should be too hard. Of course, now that I say that, I'll probably go down that rabbit hole for another couple weeks, knowing how things go with coding. But it's going well. How have you been? How's the school? And I guess you're kind of looking for a job at the same time, huh? How's all that going for you? Assuming everybody didn't bug out. Why is this chat thing being stupid? Okay. I wouldn't say I'm ever afraid. I don't know if it's something I would stream because I mean, it depends on how comfortable you are. I'm not saying you shouldn't stream that, but right when you get into a new language, it's right. You're going to spend a lot of time figuring out how to do basic things. Like, how do I do that in this language? You know what I'm saying? But, and I guess it depends on how dramatic of a change. Like, some languages are very, like, if we're trying to learn, well, learning C sharp, um, that could be a little bit of a difference if you've been working with like Python and Java because C sharp is statically typed. But so that may take a little bit of getting used to. But I think, yeah. I mean, I guess one cool thing about C sharp is right, it's a Microsoft language, so you can start doing things with Windows without having to learn like really low level Windows stuff. Yeah. I know, I feel like these days, not that I really know, but C sharp more than Java. Um, because I do know in the job searches a lot of the tech stacks were like C sharp and .NET and stuff. Although the job I'm at now, they're moving from Java. But Java, well, I don't know. I guess that's changing. Like if you're gonna do like Android development or even like mobile or not mobile, but I guess yeah, mobile. But I think Google's trying to move away from Java because Oracle like went ahead and sued Google overall over like the fact that Java was suddenly popular because they were using it on their Androids. Yeah, that's also true, MKB. I feel like the learning streams, you get a lot of people going in there to help out, which could be a little overwhelming if you're just trying to learn and you've got, you know, half a dozen people saying, here's how you do this. But I have noticed that it's like, unless you're an established name, you know, like John Blow or, of course, I don't know. I tune into the Primogen streams a little bit. I don't really hang out long enough to know. I mean, it seems like he engages a lot with chat and he does a little coding on the side. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, if you become a Twitch celebrity, then you don't even have to worry about getting a job there, Schoolie. So, you know, not that I recommend trying to make a living out of that. You can become an influencer. It's the dream job of the 2022s, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't really gotten into Rust. I know a lot of people love Rust. Um, I'm a little bit turned off by kind of the cult of Rust, which is probably a bad reason to not be interested in it. But yeah, no, I would definitely learn. I would definitely learn. Not be worried about learning something in C sharp or Java because um, if you do end up getting into something like C++ plus plus or even Rust, I feel like a lot of those concepts will be transferable. More like it'll be an easier transition than if you're trying to go right from JavaScript. Yeah, and I was going to say that I would probably lean towards C sharp over Java, but honestly, I feel like the two languages are similar enough that you could easily move from one to the other. Although in that case, just learn C sharp, and if you need to go into Java, I mean, they're. I feel like their design is very much the same too, right? They compile to like a bytecode, and then they're ran in like a virtual machine. Um, so in some ways, I feel like I don't even know what's significantly different about the two of them, to be honest with you. Other than Microsoft probably didn't want to get sued by uh, by Larry Ellison. So I think that's the only way Oracle makes money these days is through lawsuits. Because I don't know why anybody would want to use any of their products, to be honest with you. Anyway, hot take. Hot take. What am I doing? Oh, I'm theoretically have a valid TOML 1.0 parser. As long as you don't mind, as long as you don't mind the parser crashing. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, MKB. Unless you go something weird like a functional language, like Haskell. Like, you could be programming for 20 years and then try and learn Haskell and not have the first clue of what's going on, I feel like. And I know Rust kind of brings some of those functional concepts, which I think is why a lot of people think it makes it a hard language, which it could be, because I haven't really poked around with it much. Oh, okay. Well, if you got F sharp down, then Haskell may be less of a reach. Like, I mean, I think the thing with those languages is not that they're hard languages to learn. It's just the way they do things is so different from imperative languages, like, C sharp. Yeah. But it is a useful way, even if you don't end up going like fully functional or using a functional language, I do feel like a lot of those concepts, and in fact, even John Carmack, right, who did like Doom and everything. I mean, he used to have some article. I don't know what happened to it. He had an article out there about like making his code more functional because with really complex code, yeah, it simplifies things, and like you just said, makes the thread safe. He's had some interesting articles because he also talks about inlining stuff if you can, um, which is so contrary. I feel like to you have all this guidance about, well, no function should be longer than 20 lines, and he talks about, no, if you don't need to break something out, just do it all in one function because you can keep all the logic. Um, you have all the logic there right in front of you. And I tend to agree, as one gets used to reading code, you kind of want, every time you have a function call, there's like, I'm right, I feel like this is so counter to what everybody says about, oh, just give the function name a semantic name and then, you can just abstract that all the way. But usually I feel like it's the opposite, where it's like, you're reading through some chunk of code and then there's a function call and you're like, okay, what's that function call doing? It's like something you have to like break away. I don't know, I guess I'm kind of babbling, but um like it doesn't actually, like adding a bunch of function calls into another function doesn't actually make that function easier to understand. It just I feel like, right, there are now more things you have to jump around to in the code base to sort of figure out what's actually happening. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you too. Like, I mean, as I'm saying this, like my code here is full of these little functional, or full of these little functions that are like one-liners. It could be easily inline. So I'm not trying to be, um, what's the word? I'm not trying to be, yeah, exactly. Dogmatic. I'm not trying to be dogmatic. I'm just saying, but I pulled these out, right? Not because like one function is getting too long, but I realized, hey, I'm doing this over and over and over again, so I just pulled that out into a function. So, you know, so there's nothing wrong to having all these little functions too, but it's right. I pulled these out. I mean, arguably I could inline all these error functions, but whatever. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, I'm kind of at a crossroads here. Not really a crossroads, a milestone. Oh, am I still... Where's all this coming from? I guess I'm still pooping out all these, I am. Okay. So we don't need this. We don't need that. And actually, since I'm not actually converting this to JSON, I'm just going to be convert or format, I don't know, convert result. Doesn't really matter what I call this. Uh, yeah. I don't know, I'm feeling about being a little snarky calling this something like make TOML test happy, but I'm not going to. So I can remove all of these. So yeah. Okay. Uh, MKB probably can answer that better than me. Oh wait, did I miss a question up here? Oh yeah. Yeah, I would probably agree with you on that, MKB. Like I might even be inclined to say that about Java. But yeah, I feel like C sharp and again maybe even Java, they kind of hit the sweet spot of just a language you can throw something together, but you're having like type safety and everything. Because I do really feel like as you get into more complicated projects, having that having that type safety is. I mean, we were talking about that. I think we were talking about this the other day, MKB, where it's like now that Python and you've got TypeScript and PHP are adding type hinting functions. Like I think the debate has been settled about what's what's a better way, you know, about whether dynamic typing or strict typing or loose typing is better or is correct. I don't know, whatever word, whatever adjective you want to use. Oh yeah, yeah. If you can write Java without touching XML, life is good. But I don't know. Everything Java is you need your XML factory uh, so you can get your XML factory so you can parse your XML, which gives you another factory so you can configure your factory for your other factory. Like if you get into that kind of Java, you know, just throw the computer out the window. Or maybe don't throw the computer off the window, just because it might be a nice computer, but just uninstall Java. All right, what's going on here? So I guess what I want to do is let's just call this. So I wanna grab all these test results, and I guess I kind of got to keep an eye on time here. Oh, now we failed everything. Why did we fail? So I should have ran my tests before. 9:47. I don't know how I broke something by renaming a function, but I guess I did. Right, I'm not making this up. This was working here. Oh, nice. Well, have fun tonight, Schoolie. I guess I'm inclined to say, are you going to Greektown? But I guess if you're kind of out of the city. Yeah. Oh, I guess I need to import date time. That's what I did wrong. Have a good man. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks for stopping in. All right. So I guess ugh. So now let's try this again. Now that and then while that's running, I'm actually gonna go. Time for another beverage break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Not even. So back in a second. Wait, with all these beverage breaks I'm taking, I'm gonna have to take a non-beverage break at some point, if you know what I'm saying. So let's see here. Oh no, really? All right. How do I get? How do I stop you from? I guess no color. What does this do? Okay, that's what I want. So we don't really care about valid stuff. Actually, let me what am I trying to do here? So let's do that. Let's and actually I guess so this is valid. We don't actually care. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Um, Actually, we don't care about any of these valid passes. So let's go up here and search for invalid. So this is our first invalid case. So missing array value. Oops. So we want to be back in the Lexer. Oops. I guess I closed my 241. So I guess we need to go. Oh no, we just want error. I happen to stick this below the one special case error that and maybe do I just have maybe instead of this, I'm just gonna call this that missing value. Because that's really what we have there. So this is also on 241. Oh, you know what I do want to do? Is this is not putting new lines in here. So we're going to write these errors. We want this to be actually, now that I'm doing that, I wonder if I can just do that. Because I believe this does have a string. Okay. Which kind of makes me want to run this test again. Oops. Kind of makes me want to do that again. But so what do we got going? Key A. So what do we got here? We've got key line 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, character 2. Key A has already been defined on line 1, character 1. Yep. Agree with that. Agree with that. Missing array separator. Unterminated array. That is in 251. This is going to be I guess I want periods of these. Missing. We want nominally correct English here, I suppose. So let's let's just buffer delete that. Oops. Error at line 1, character 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We are one character too far. So we need to do that before we eat the token. So, oops. Now we want pass. Missing value. This is going to be wrong, right? Yeah. Key A has already been defined. Missing array separator. I guess missing value is going to go down here to like there. What else do we have over here? Unterminated array. Thought I wrote that. Where is that? 251. Yep. Missing separator between. Whoa. This will be interesting. That is quite a mess. That is quite the mess. This is going to be down here. It's going to be the same sort of thing here. I'll be a little bit curious to see what that looks like after we rerun this. So missing separator, same thing. Unterminated array. Key fruit has already been defined on. So here's one thing I was thinking about was like we're catching all these key redefinitions, but like I feel I'm wondering if I should sort of distinguish like what the actual problem is, because somebody might be like, yeah, this is an array, so I just want to add a table to this array, right? Uh, but maybe I just come back to that later. So what's going on here? Line 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Variety. It's already been defined on 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Character 11. So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. This one also, I feel like, right, oh, I guess, where do we think I guess it's here? Yeah. So this one I'm also wondering if we can determine whether I feel like why we're confused about whether there's something missing. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, right, as you're probably seeing, the actual parsing of like valid TOML is relatively straightforward and simple, but it's like when you start hitting errors and you want to give somebody a sensible explanation, like, I mean, right, so this is a 988 line file. Well, I mean, that's not too bad. We've got 65 lines of, but I mean, right, I've also got all these assert falses in here, right? So I got 21 assert falses, so I've got 21 more error messages to add in. And as I'm looking through here, it's like, well, maybe, yeah. So anyway, the point being, yeah, I agree with you. It's like giving informative error messages is a hell of a lot of work compared to just blowing up and saying, hey, your TOML's bad. Go fix your TOML. Yeah. Well, and it's not even, right, part of it is not even giving an informative error message. Part of it is if you want to kind of keep going, so you don't, right, you don't have the, you fix one error, and it's like, okay, you got that one, here's the next one. Oh, well, GTK errors are, so here's what drives me crazy about GTK, at least a little bit I've used it. I can't say I've used a ton of it, because I think I've decided I like QT a little bit better. But right, like GTK has these like internal assertions. So you'll be running your thing and you can see all these internal assertion failures printing out on the command line, but you like have no idea. You have no idea what's going on, and I think if you can turn those on that they throw, I don't know. I feel like it's like, dude, tell me if you have an assertion failure, what's going on? Tell me what the problem is. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, do they use TOML and GTK now too? Yeah. Yeah, I could get a lot more fancier. Oh, that's right. That's right. In the cargo. The cargo like configuration files. Yeah, I mean I can even get a lot fancier, right? I'm just telling you where it is. I could have contextual information, which might be nice to have too, because then you may not have to sit here and be like, okay, what's the 46th character? Um, but I also have a limited lifespan, so I kind of want to just get all these like fix all the assertion errors and then see where we're at, and maybe I'll tweak that a little bit more. But yeah, wait a minute, I'm getting. Oh, I guess I fixed that. Oh, I guess that's there. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's not going to be foolproof. Yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between trying to find every error and I think just bailing out on the first error. And this is actually this crafty interpreters book I read kind of talks about this, but there's this. I mean, I've got a function here called resynchronize, and I'll probably want to tweak that a little bit. But it's sort of like, okay, we're sitting here. We should have a comma. We don't. So now what do we do? And right, there's technically no right answer, but um, there are things you can kind of do to reset the state of your lexer, so you can be like, and it's totally up to one's individual decision about what they want to do. But like you can go anything from okay, let's just keep going because maybe this is another value and they just forgot a comma, or you could be like let's just bail out to the end of the line or something, or let's just we're done with this value and move on to the next one. But there are different things you can kind of do to like try and reset the state of your parser or lexer so that you kind of get back into hopefully like a known state. But yeah, if something's just totally janked up, um, right, you're gonna get a lot of false positives like you're talking about. So it's definitely not foolproof. And right, one could probably spend, you know, like now that we're like lexing valid TOML, it's like how much time do you want to spend on error messages? And I don't think that's time poorly spent, but it's sort of there's a little bit of a subjectivity or what kind of things do people do? Yeah, yeah. Well, part of the reason I mean, again, I'm not trying to get this perfect, although it looks like I'm sitting here doing a lot of fiddly stuff, which I guess I am doing. But there's another part of this. There's one more feature I want to add to this because at work we're using this to parse TOML files for, well, actually we're using it for code generation. Um, so the teams that are writing these files, right, they're running this code generator, which is an internal tool to parse the TOML files and then generate their code. So I want to give back informative error messages for them to go fix their files. But also, I'm not doing this right now, but I also want to hang on to the metadata that's returned in the parsed result. Because after verifying that it's valid TOML, I need to then to go see what they've actually right, that the configuration they specified is valid, and I would like to have reference back to the original like keys and values so I can say, hey, right, maybe and I may type an example of this because I want to sort of figure out how I want that information. I have a feeling I won't get to that today, but right, I want to say, hey, in this key, you reference some other value, but that value doesn't exist somewhere. I want to be able to say, right, in this key on line 2, character 1, you referenced a value that should exist somewhere else and it doesn't. If that makes sense what I'm saying. So the whole point of this is I want this to be kind of end user, um, to provide sort of helpful messages so people can go fix their files and know where the problems are. Whether it's invalid TOML or it's valid TOML, but the configuration that they've specified is invalid. Hopefully that makes sense. I think I've already got missing array separator. Yeah, because it's like, right, you need to specify a valid, since it's a code generator, uh, like they're specifying class names, and like, so we're using it for multiple things to generate code, but also to generate SQL, like a database schema. So it's like, hey, this class name you gave is an invalid identifier, or if you're specifying like table value or table columns or like class properties, you got to give them a type. So it's like, hey, this type is invalid. So I can point back to the actual place in the TOML file where, right, if I keep the metadata, I can say, hey, this type you specified on line 10, character 20 of foo is an invalid type, something like that. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, one of the big projects that's happening is we're in Java, running on Android, but it's like we're running on vehicle displays. So, uh-oh, must be an accident. Sorry, I just noticed all the traffic downstairs. So they're wanting to migrate away from that. They basically want to get rid of Android and Java and move to just running on native Linux and C++. So part of this is just whole migration, but as a result, like Hibernate and all these tools they were using on the Java side of things, um, they got to go away. So we're trying to replace that with in-house tools that are hopefully more efficient, which right now it's not. So it's like we're gonna ditch all this. We'll have huge performance games, and right now everything runs like a pig. So I ended up getting put on that project. So it's like great, and we're in the process of this migration. So it's like starting me off easy, I guess. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know if any of that was interesting or informative. I feel like I've missed. How did I get all the way down to 27? Unterminated array. Guess I should probably remember where I am in this file so when I do something stupid like. I think I fixed that. I think I fixed that. I think I already looked at this. So I am on. Oh, yeah, I was looking at this. This is where I was. Missing an array separator. I think I catch this now. Invalid text and array. So line 3, 1, 2, 3. That's probably actually the smarter way to do it. Right, I mean, all these decisions are above me, and I've only been there for, what, 3 months now? Um, I mean, it makes sense to me. like I'm a little bit amazed, right? This is embedded, right? We're writing in theoretically embedded software and we're writing stuff in Java. Um, it kind of brings a whole new perspective to what embedded software is. But like a lot of the feedback apparently is people really like the features that the software is, but it's just too slow. Um, so we're competitive on features, but other people that have or competitors that have less features, they're more performant. So there's a big push to try and improve the performance of our software. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, that's actually a good point. So we probably right we probably could just keep everything in Java or Java and ditch the Android layer. Um, which probably would have been a smarter way to do that. Well, and also, right, everybody, one of the big things apparently, and I'm trusting this because I haven't done any benchmarks, is the big problem is Hibernate because I guess Hibernate, like, right, I don't know Java, I don't know how Hibernate works, but I guess Hibernate kind of like sucks everything out. Like, when the platform first comes up, like when you first turn on the vehicle, like Hibernate fires up and then like sucks everything out of the database and caches it, which is apparently causing like a 30-second lag or whatever. So it's like, well, if we ditch Hibernate, we don't have to deal with any of that. Um, but then it's like, okay, well, we're not cache like right. We still have to deal with getting all this information out of the database. But anyway, so that is kind of what I have ended up being working on is replacing Hibernate. Yeah. Well, I am not opposed to ditching the ORM, but it's like I'm like, okay, just create your scheme and write to it directly. But what we're doing is we're replacing Hibernate with like our own in-house ORM, and it's like, well, we actually haven't solved anything, right? We're just replacing the solution with our own. It's like I'm kind of like, if you need to talk to the database, right, write your database calls. But I'm also finding out nobody really knows anything about um, like database stuff. So I mean, not that I'm like super expert, but all my previous work, I spent 7 years doing like PostgreSQL stuff and like web apps. So I'm coming in, I'm like, none of these, well, not I try not to be too critical, but it's like people don't really like. It turns out I'm probably one of the more experienced database people on the team. So yeah, yeah. So, I mean, I guess there's an incentive there to not have your average programmer having to worry about making database calls. But at the same time, it's like, well, how much optimization are we going to be able to do if we just have a generic library? I don't know, right? Because these different projects, these different teams know best how to optimize their database query. And I'm also like, since we're embedded, why are we running PostgreSQL? Maybe, right? Maybe we should just be using SQLite. Yeah. Anyway, you've got me babbling about work. I mean, the other part of it is right. I'm on the team I'm on is the data management team. I'm like, look, I'll just work with these teams and sit down. Excuse me. Um, and write this stuff. But I don't know. We've got this code generator. Anyway, life is a real programmer now. Implementing solutions that were decided well above our pay grade that we don't necessarily agree with. This is all C sharp though, but yeah. Huh. All right. Is this the same? I don't know, maybe, oh, I'm not signed in. I think I'll just hang on to these and check them out later. But I'm going to send those to the other desktop so I can check those out later. Thanks for the links. Where am I here? Yep, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That looks right. I think I'm gonna have to take. I was talking about all the beverage breaks I took before. I think I'm gonna have to take um, a break to get rid of. Boy, there must be quite the accident down below. It has been a parking lot for a while, and now I hear sirens. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I haven't done any of the benchmarking, so I don't know why they think Hibernate's taking is causing like a 20 or 30-second slowdown. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just right. I mean, because we are in a little bit of a RAM limited environment where the controllers we're using are like an ARM based with I think the whole well I know they're updating the hardware, but I think we're kind of memory constrained about 1 or 2 gigs. So, which it's kind of funny to say that number and then think that's like a limiting number because it seems like a ton, but there's some stuff that's hitting like stuff is crashing because they're hitting memory limits. Yeah. So I mean, I feel like the constraints are not too onerous, but yeah. I mean, it's not 32 gigs that you have on a gaming system, right? But yeah, it's not like we're dealing with you know a half a gig or yeah. No, I know. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I was kind of saying. The code base is a little bit chaotic, and I don't know how much of that has to do with Java or Android or, but so far at least the environment. It's like if the code's a disaster, then that's less of a problem to me than an environment where you're not in a good working environment. So we'll see what happens. But maybe I'll get frustrated. Who knows? But right now I'm enjoying it. I'm happy to have a job. Happy to be working remote. Happy to be writing code that's will be used in something real and not just me talking to myself on Twitch and 1 or 2 people. Yeah, yeah. No, there's no reason for the system to be as piggish as it is, but it's like looking at some of this code, I can be like, well, I can understand why this is a problem. Like maybe we don't even need to ditch Android. Maybe we just need to write better code. But anyway, hopefully nobody from work's watching my stream. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean that's oops. What window I am in? I mean there is a certain aspect of like even me personally, I feel like, and maybe this is even coming out in terms of how much I'm focusing on having like good error reporting, but it's like I do feel like based on one's personality, like we get pulled into coding, but also there's a part of it that kind of really strikes a very, OCD part of us. We really get wrapped around the wheel on stuff, and it's like I've got to kind of remind myself, like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be, it's okay if it has a couple bugs that need to be fixed, but it can be a little bit hard to sort of not go totally down the rabbit hole. Yeah, it's PostgreSQL. I guess boot time isn't too. I mean, the amount of data, right? Because it's an embedded system, it's not like this is the database powering Google, right? It's a relatively small database. Um, so unless there's some big overhead with PostgreSQL itself starting up, there shouldn't be really any overhead to the database. Hey, Jama. But I'm also by the same token, yeah. Oh, that could be. What's going on here? I feel like this is a new input sent. Oh. Hmm. So that's interesting. Okay, I'm actually gonna need to take a bathroom break. Sorry to go on a break right away, Jama, if you haven't bugged out right away, but I've got too many beverages here. I got coffee, I got water, I got some brunch bubbles, although brunch is well over. So I need to go get rid of some of all that. So I'm gonna take like a 6 minute break, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Um, all right, back in a minute. I think I'm back. Looks like I am. Hey, Ola. It is. Yes, it is a TOML parser. And it's parsing the TOML. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Uh, oh, yeah, I was looking at, what was I looking at? I was looking at this. And I didn't even think about that while I was away. I was checking. This is in Python right now. Which I know Python 3.11 adds a TOML parser to the standard library, but mine isn't quite the same as the standard library. But also, I'm doing this as kind of a work-related project, and we're on an older version of Python. So, but when I finish this up, I'm probably going to re-implement this in C++. Although here, I ran the TOML test suite, and so this was in Python over here. Yeah. Yeah, I've had a bunch of people come in and tell me it's in the standard library. But like, so the one thing I'm like, so I think the one in the standard library, I don't know because I'm not on Python 3.11. I think it basically just throws an exception on the first error, but I'm trying to have a little bit more robust of a parser um, that doesn't just bug out in the first error. So you get like, so this is actual output from my parser here, but also like I want the ability to report multiple errors. I'm trying to think where. So here, like there's 3 different errors, but then also, oh, okay. But also, at work, we're using TOML files for like configuration. So like after verifying that the TOML itself is valid, I need to like validate their configuration settings. So I want to keep sort of the meta information, like this stuff, like the line and character or something's defined, so I can then go and validate the configuration and still have access to this metadata to be like, hey, this value at blah blah blah. Well, they're using it for packaging now, so that's why they included it in the standard library. So like setup tools now. I mean, I don't know. I don't use a ton of Python either. I'm just, I don't know. They're moving away from setup.py to having everything specified in a configuration file, which is in TOML. So they're like, well, if packaging needs TOML, we should add TOML to the standard library. So 3.11, which is the latest version, adds it. So, but of course, Python packaging is also a pain, so. So this error here is interesting. I think I'll just move on for now. So what is going on here is we're flagging an error here. Because what the Lexer does is it basically just, it adjusts since comments don't show up in like the tokenized, well, in the token stream. I basically artificially sort of modify the token that's after the comment. Like I bump it up to the beginning of the comment. Because anything that happens is probably going to be well, I don't know. I guess I got to think about this. Or maybe I should just start tokenizing comments. I don't know. But anyway, the problem here is that there's not an actual new line after the comment. And so this is actually where the error is happening. But because of how we're just kind of like snipping out the comment, this is saying the error is here. So that's not right, but I guess I kind of want to come back to that. Anyway, on to the next one. So this is right, I believe. Yeah. Yep. That's hitting on the right place. Oh yeah, I've got it up. I've got it here, and they also have a grammar. So I've been following all that to write my parser. Looks like that's right. Invalid character and comment. So we need to go fix that. Oops. Um, Maybe I want the context in here. Something like that. Uh, Oops. So now we want actually, you know what I want to do? I want to I guess I want maybe the code to be and then maybe this. So this is actually right. So I guess if this is Python, this is a maybe I just need like a Unicode formatter. Something like this. Let's do where do I want to put this? Well, I know Python has like format strings, but because I'm writing this for work, if that's yeah, I don't know when those were added, but at work we're on too old of a version of Python to use that, I think. Let's see. Uh, I don't know. When were these added? Well, it says 3.6. Where where did it say? So maybe I can use them. Huh. Or are we on 3.5? Maybe we're on 3.5. I could have swore I tried to use them and they weren't. But maybe okay, I need to go double check that. Because I agree with you. Life would be a lot nicer if I didn't have to do the format strings. So we're actually kind of doing this up here. Oops. Oh no, I just turned something on. So I think I want this to be just say Unicode code point. Ord, and then we'll return that. I guess we'll just so where are we doing this? We are except this is where are we calling this from? So we want this to actually be the code. So what were we doing here? Invalid Unicode code point. Oops. What did I have open? Anyway, so this is going to be what did I call this? Format Unicode. Guess we'll call that code. And then, so where are we here? Invalid. So I think that that might work. So what's going on here? Sorry, I got. Okay. So invalid. Oh, that's also invalid common character. Yeah, so that is so I guess we do the iterator and then we have the character. Oh, yeah, I want to do that. I just want to do in a string. Oops. That's 350, 350, 350, 350, 350, 288. And what was I calling this? Valid character. $288. Ooh. Oh, we don't have our that's right. So I think I want to I think I'm probably going to want to do this where I have I actually wonder if I need the actual hour in here. What did I do there? I typed in some nonsense. So we're gonna need the iterator. Let's just figure this out. What do our errors look like? So I feel like I want to say something like, you know, like context value must be digits. This is going to be context, I don't know, length, I don't know. I guess I could call this width maybe. And the only problem with this is to maintain consistency, I want to uppercase that first letter, right? Which is why I'm wondering if I can make that the non-first, although in Python, I guess I can just do this on strings. I feel bad for anybody on the drive right now. People are losing their Saturday stuck in traffic. What is this, like K capitalize? I guess we'll just punt on this for the moment, and well, I guess it's not really punting. So where do we have invalid number length? So we don't even need this hour. Yeah, driver, let me out here. What do I owe you? Like, I'm trying to think. This might be a huge mistake. I feel like if I try and touch my camera to show the traffic that's going on, I'm just gonna screw up my stream. So sorry to tease you like that, but I don't think I'm gonna move my camera. Plus, I also risk showing what a disaster my apartment is. That's not caught in my camera frame. If you know what I'm saying. I guess this is why some streamers drop a green screen behind them, because right, not only do you get the nice effect of just having your head, but it also hides disaster going on in their house. What are we here? 8:45. Oh, invalid day value. Yeah. So what do we have here? Uh, and what? So what was the function I just? Oh, invalid. What if I just do like invalid number? Guess that would actually go up here. And maybe context in here as well. I don't know, context. And I see I forgot to do this down here. Let's just do invalid number. This is going to be day, I guess. What am I hitting on here? Invalid day value. Invalid time value. 879. Oh yeah, well, okay, MKP or MKB. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I guess it's, well, I don't know what time, what is it, like 7 hours? I don't know, you're usually up in the middle of the night. Are you heading to bed? But anyway, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night or day. I guess. So there's a minute or guess we'll do that. And what are we saying? Invalid. I'll have to see how these actually come out. Invalid month value, 825. Oops. But actually, yeah, I guess we're putting the value in there. Invalid month value. Invalid day length. What I call this, invalid. Oops. Valid month length. Oops. I have no idea what I... Oh, I guess we actually need... these are all wrong everywhere. This is not day, this is 2. Uh, 2, 2, day, well, month should be 2 digits, day should be 2 digits, hour should be 2 digits. All right. So this is actually going to end up with like 2 errors, but let's just... this is going to be missing time separator. Valid day length. I think I already took care of that. Yeah. Valid time value. What was that? 870. I must have taken care of that already. Invalid length. 875. Oh, do I have... this is going to... Number length. We're going to need this context here again. Valid hour length. 858. Oops. Missing hour. I kind of feel like I want to make this a context as well. something like that. So this is going to go to that. Ooh, I got. This didn't even get to the. So here we didn't even read the file because it's bad UTF-8. Oh. Let me take this call. I'll be right back. I think I'm back. Hopefully I wasn't out too long. I think I may come back to this. Like, if it's just like a bad encoded file, like why? Because right, it does not even appear like we got into the parser on this. So it's like, sorry, like I'm not a UTF. Yeah, these are all. I don't know how I feel about these tests. I guess, right? This is because Python is trying to encode this or decode it, whatever. So I guess if I was just reading in raw bytes, this would be something the parser would have to handle. So I imagine these are all. I did not think UTF-8 was supposed to have a byte order mark. All right, well, this looks like something. So what do we got here? We are missing fractional part, right? And I guess we just bug out there. So where's this calling called from? Yeah, I kind of want to walk through this again. Well, so what are we doing? We're seeing there is not an exponent, and we're calling that a number. And so then that ends that expression, and then we're seeing that we expected a new line after that. Uh, so I feel like I do kind of want to handle that a little bit better. Oh, this is a little bit weird because we think we're at, right. Well, actually, this is invalid, right? We got a dot, and we did not get a number. So I guess we kind of, so I think I'll come back through this. Now this is a little bit different, right? Because we're actually valid up through here. So we see there's not an E. And then so we're done with the number, and then we get back to the end of the expression, see we don't have a new line. But okay. Same thing here. This is like the same case as that. That's going to be the same. But we got, what did we have here? So we got two errors. Well, I mean, I think if I wasn't, we're going to end up with two errors. We're going to end up with this error about, or wait, can we have that? We can have that in there, I think. But in theory, we do have this problem where, because we're allowing underscores in places where they're not normally allowed, I guess. At least the lexer is. So we could potentially end up with this error, even though it's invalid from the get-go that there are underscores in there. But so this is I guess I don't even have invalid underscore. I guess I don't even have that defined. So this is a little bit what's annoying about hopefully my tests will hit this. But this is a little bit annoying about this stuff is where this function doesn't exist, but we're not actually going to find it um, until we try and call it. Uh, so I'm just trying to think of what I guess we'll just call this underscore not between digits. Um, so I guess this will be so that's that case. Yep, that's that case. $18. Yeah. Missing fractional part of number. What do we have here? We fixed that. Invalid special float. Oh, this is an assertion error. I wonder if I should put the well, I guess we don't actually know what the number LMNO. Oh, we're just calling this invalid float. Another invalid special float. Another one. Another one. 22. Yep. 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 Guess that's okay. Leading zero is not allowed. That is what, 469? leading zeros and decimal number. Valid special float, valid special float. Yeah, missing fractional, missing fractional part of number. Underscore number not sandwiched by digits. We already did that one. Same thing there. Same thing there. Same thing there. Yeah. Missing inline table value. Oops. Don't know, I was trying to type there. What did I think I have missing array value? I don't. Oh, I have missing, what, missing value? So let's just do that. Missing, what do we have? Missing value. Inline table value. Let's do that. What's it? Line 2, character 9. Nine already defined at character 4. Yep. Missing inline table value. Yep. Missing separator. I think I may have fixed that. I may want to actually make that a ooh, 113. Not quite sure how we're so I do let's just I guess we'll probably have to come back to that. And actually maybe step through what's going on there. I think and actually as long Oops. All right. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on between with that. Must be something in Alexine. Line 3, character 1A has already been defined on line 1, character 1. Okay. Trailing comment out aloud. I think the only case this is a problem is in inline tables, but I feel like I'll just parameterize that as well. Oh, yeah, all right. I guess that's technically right. I feel like we may want a better error message there. What are we? 810. That might be one of those things where we wanna synchronize. Oh, this is in the parser. Hey, LV, how are you? I'm doing well. Welcome back. Oh, we're not even. No, I'm still in that job. And actually, this project is sort of related to that. So right now, so we have like an in-house code generator that parses TOML files and then uses that to generate code. And we actually are doing that in a program written in both Python and in C++. Um, and so the TOML parser we're using right now in Python is kind of not holding up. So I kind of decided to just write my own. And now once I finish this, which I'm almost done, although I feel like I've said that for about 3 streams, I'm going to basically port this over to C++. Yeah, actually, it's kind of funny. Work sent me a Windows computer, but the software we're coding it runs on Linux. So I'm spend my day on a Windows machine coding in a Linux virtual box. So there you go. We could actually. I'm on my home computer, so I run Linux at home. Um, those are separate computers. So I'm running Arch Linux as my day-to-day OS, but we're running an Ubuntu VirtualBox at work on Windows 10. Which, if we were on Windows 11, we could probably ditch VirtualBox altogether and use Windows Subsystem for Linux. But we need systemd support, which Microsoft has decided if you want systemd support and WSL, you're gonna have to buy a new version of Windows instead of just updating WSL for Windows 10. So, but whatever. One of many reasons I don't use Windows at home. What are we doing here? Oh, new line. We have what? Missing value? Missing value. I do, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure what the difference is between 5.1 and 5.2. Is it the switches? I don't remember. It's my first mechanical keyboard. I was just using, I don't know, Amazon Basics. But then I started watching some streamers and I wanted to be cool like everybody else and get a mechanical keyboard. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm thinking about upgrading to a little bit pricier of a keyboard, just because I kind of, um, I mean, it's a lot better than my other one, but some of the numbers or some of the keys I feel like are getting a little soft already. Like, was it my caps lock key? Can be a little bit finicky. Oh, well, thank you. I guess that's a good thing. I mean, I don't know. I feel like a lot of coders, well, I don't know about a lot, but I feel like a good number of coders know Twitch. They'll just put somebody else coding on in the background. Like they're not even necessarily following along, just as kind of background noise and maybe to motivate them. So, I mean, that seems legit. It's kind of like having music on or the radio, I suppose. Although I would think having somebody talking in the background would be distracting, but especially if you're trying to work through a programming problem and you're listening to somebody talking in the background trying to work through a completely different problem. I guess we want to say value for binary integer. I guess that's what we'll say. And just an octal integer. Um, and then I think we just have, I don't know. It seems a little, I mean, it's fine. VirtualBox can be a little flaky. Of course, it's an Oracle product, so what do you expect? Um, and right, I mean, you're sharing system resources with the host OS. I mean, actually, it's pretty cool for what it is. And you can do stuff like image your hard drive or whatever, or image or make a snapshot of the image. So if you screw stuff up, you can just restore from that. So that's all kind of cool. But it's a little bit annoying being um, like having to switch in and out of the virtual box or um, um, you know, like you're not actually in a Windows thing. So I had to, the first thing I had to do is remap the key to like get out of the virtual box because there's like a certain key you can hit, and I think it's by default like the start key or something. I don't know. It's fine. It's cool. I mean, I'd rather just be on Linux, but it is what it is. And it's not too bad. I mean, everything we compile takes a while, but I think that has less to do with it being a virtual box and more of it being just we have code that takes a long time to compile. It's just a configuration language. It's a configuration file format. Yeah, a little bit like it, yeah. But it's supposed to be a little bit less finicky. You know, like JSON, if you miss a comma somewhere, the whole thing blows up on you. But yeah, basically the same thing. And it's supposed to map to a table. So everything ends up being well, a table. So I think we may be handling that now. This is what? OX, yeah. OO. Oh. I see why we're getting that error. Right, line 20. And same thing here, right? This is line 20 or character 20. But I don't know what I feel about that error message. Same thing here. Same thing here. I think I took care of that. Yeah, valid leading zeros. Four 69. Oh. Yeah. So this I am probably, because the fact that I'm lexing a sign, I then go into looking for a decimal, and probably I should just go the other way around. But yeah. I think I was already thinking about that a little bit. Line 13, yep. Oh yeah, okay. So I think I took care of that. Underscore, 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 underscore. Oh, expected a new line, yep. Same thing here. Line 9. Yep. I think I have that. So we're saying, character 1, 1, 2, 3 is already defined on up here. Yep. Yep. Oh, wow. Yeah, have a good night sleeping, Elvie. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, I see what's going on there. I'm a little bit confused by that error message. Same thing here, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I see what's going on there. Okay. That's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 7. Uh, and I guess we might as well do this. Unclosed. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call this unclosed. Because this is going to be context, and this is going to be so a message here is going to go to our error. So that's going to go that for table. This is going to go array of tables. And this is going to be the same thing, essentially, except it'll be that. Partial quoted. I feel like that is not right. Oh. Actually, I'm still not sure why. I feel like that, well, I guess I'll have to kind of come back through this. Does that seem like the right error message here for me? I don't know why we're getting. Seems like we should be getting unterminated string. I think 103, 102. Oh no, I think we took care of that. Yep. Where's this being called from? Oh, we're synchronizing after that. Okay. Yeah, this resynchronizing is going to clear up. I guess some of the spurious errors. I think we took care of that. Yep. Yep. This is what, an assertion error? Yeah. Invalid escape X. Okay, I don't have that. Invalid escape. May need to do this thing where I don't know. Let's screw it. We'll leave it. Okay. Okay. Invalid escape. We just took care of that, I believe. Uh, oh. I think we do want to do that, though. Oh, we're gonna have to see how that turns out. Oh, I know what's happening there. We need to make this a little smarter. Because we're just spamming, all right. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Valid escape. I think we already did that. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. 46. Yeah, because this actually closes it. I feel like I just looked at all of these. 6 apostrophes. Yeah. Valid escape character. Oh, this is somewhere different. Um, this is going to be, I feel like this might be a peak character. Actually, I think we want to get, where are we using? I think we want to peak the character here. Because essentially what we're going to try, we're going to eat some white space. We can eat white space. But if we then don't have a end of line, so this condition is true if we eat white space. But then if that's the case, we need to eat a new line. And if that is true, then we basically eat all this. But if it ends up not being a new line, we need to backtrack to that character or basically it's going to be invalid white space. So there you go. I don't know if that made sense. I think we just took care of that, right? 333. Valid escape. So what happened here? 7. This is because we're not capturing. So 338. course, I don't know if any of these are is string. I guess I've changed my so where are we here? We are in this should be a multi-line string. So if it's the delimiter, if it's an escape, um, trying to think. I guess it doesn't really matter where we put this. Iterator. This is going to go to value. This is going to go to an array. Um, I guess we need to check for this before we get to there, because then we're trying to um well, that other error, we're trying to cast that string to a the empty string to a value, which is not what we want to do. Oops. So anywhere this happens, we want to stop lexing. I feel like I kind of need to come back through these. So error at line 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This has already been defined at 13, 16, 15, 14, 13, line 6. All right. All right. D has already been defined. Yeah. Right, we're missing a key. Yep, we got that. Yeah. Oops. Apple's already been defined. Yep. Taste has already been defined. Yep. Type's already been defined. Yeah. Yeah. And I totally lost my place. Yeah. Invalid or missing key. Missing closing bracket for table. I guess we probably want to be a little bit more smart there. Um, yeah, I guess I understand what's happening there is we don't have like a value. Expected, what are we getting here? Missing closing bracket. I think we've taken care of all this. Yeah. Invalid basic string. Missing closing bracket. Expected new line. Okay, that's all of it. So I guess I need to rerun this again. Um, oh, I guess I didn't actually want to make tests. Uh-oh. We ended up in an infinite loop, which is not good. To say the least. I keep ending up in infinite loops, I feel like. So where is here? I guess instead of just nuking that, I guess I'll so we're gonna have to figure out where this what's tripping us up. Um, Although what we actually want is that. That is it right there. So let's see what's going on here. Hmm. Well, I'm not even sure what so I assume that is going to get us into our infinite loop. Yep. So what we'll do is bump this back over here. Bump. Go to that. So we want to break in. What are we, like 888? Oops. So I assume we're running into problems in the Lexer here. So let's get in here. Oops. I keep forgetting. Where are we? Line 195. So push that on there. What do we get? Last token. Yep, Lexing equals true. So what happens if we just... I guess we just never... I don't know. Oh, you know why? You know why we're hanging up on this stuff? Because I think I took out all my assertions. And I wonder where else we're... So that is okay. What's... Okay, we're not casting. Oops. Where are we here? Inline table, so we cut that. We have that. Have that there. What are we in here? A multi-line string. We added that in there. So I think that might be all the cases where we're getting hung up. Or not. So why are we... what was the test? $195. So continue, do that, do that. Okay, so so what do we do here? We eat white space. we peek the character. We don't have a closing table thing. We don't have a comma. Oh, you know what this is? I guess the problem is, I think in this case it's specifically that we're at the end of the line. But instead of just bugging out, let's so that is not the case. So we get a key val back, right? So what is our value? So we got key equals 42. All right. So now we come back through here, right? We're still lexing. So what is car? It's a hashtag. We're actually not allowed to have that, are we? Oh wait, what was our elf? It was not that. Oh, yeah. So we're missing a separator because we have that. So now what do we have? We have not moved. We're at the end of line. Right, because yeah, this is all we're missing a separator. Eat white space. Oh, is that what's going on here? I just didn't save my file? Wait, what was the last thing I changed here? Oh my god. All right. Well, I guess we're having all these errors. So is it 117? Should I put all these in here? I feel like I should put all these in here. I don't know. Maybe not. I think actually I'm just going to take this test out. Okay. So I may step through this one more time and then call it a stream. Oh, except I need to do I need to do that. Oh, there's no reason I can't. Okay. And while that's going, well, I guess it's done. But I'm actually going to take one more little break here, and I'll be back. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, that had been a much shorter break than I was expecting. All right. Oops, that was all right, so let's see what we got here. Character 12. Yep, missing value. Missing value. Oh, A has already been defined. On line 1. Array values must be separated by a comma. And I guess I actually said I wanted to, or must And this is what missing. Okay, must be separated by a comma. So we're right, we're not using that anywhere else. So that is that. Unterminated array. Error at line 2, character 1. How are we getting... So there must be an end of line there, huh? Which I guess is fine. I'm not so sure about that, but I guess that's fine. Oops. So what is going on here? We are missing, yeah, here we're just, right, we're missing that. We're missing a comma. So all this is happening at 17. So here we kind of need to sync up. I don't think I'll handle that just now. I'm a little bit curious about that. I guess there must be an end of line at the end of the file. Or not an end of line. A new line at the end of the file. So technically that means the next yeah, so I think that's probably okay. Because here, right, if it's fine if we have a new line here. Yep, key fruit has already been defined. Key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I guess that's line 10, and we're saying it's already been defined on 5, character 11, 8, 7, 6, 5. 11. Yep. Missing or invalid value. I kind of feel like I want to fix that. I don't know. Maybe I should be making notes here of like stuff I want to fix, which is a little bit annoying because I guess I'll need to start. Missing value. That seems all right. Missing value. Five. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And actually, what maybe I'll do, um, I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm okay with that one. Okay with that one. Um, guess we don't need. So what we want to say is, so what's going on here? We want to resynchronize on invalid inline table value. That's all okay with me. That's okay. So I guess same thing here. I feel like here we want to say actually, is that the first case? What is it? Array values must be separated by a comma. So what is going on here? So this is line 2, character 43. So why? Oh, right, because we never, because it's an invalid value. We never actually end up pushing a value on. Because right, in checking for missing values, we check to see what the previous token was, but if the value is invalid, we never add a token. So not what I wanted to do. So what's going on here? One, two, three. So why are we not So I'm a little bit confused on why we're not getting another error here. Right, because if this is true up here, then well, I guess, right, we've already checked it. We check, right, so we think we're going to parse a value. We check what the last value is as a comma, so we're all good. So then I guess it would help to pull up all right, so what do we do here? We think, right, we think we're going to flex a value, which we don't. So we put the last token as the previous token, which should be this comma. Uh, so, okay. Yep, missing or invalid value, missing or invalid value, missing or invalid value. Hmm. So let's maybe do the same thing here. So that might be what I mean, I guess what we're saying is, well, the logic's gonna have to, where do we also try and eat this? I mean, I guess that's the same thing where um so what we want is something like I equals, what are we using I for here? So let's do, so what we want is, I guess we're gonna lexing equals true, while lexing character equals lexing equals is string type. And then result is going to equal lext equals string, I guess. Oh, we don't. Something like that, I guess. So let's see here. Lex is going to be that. I equals 0. Uh, yeah. So what are we searching on? Starting same as false. I guess I'll just try running that. Uh-oh. Oh no. What failed? What failed? I guess we don't want a string character. We want. I think we're calling it a key character. So maybe let's do that. It's kind of arbitrary, I guess, what we decide to do there. I think I should probably just. Apparently, 4 windows is more than I can handle. So bye bye. Close that one out. Okay. So we want pass, invalid, bool, starting. So there we go. Right? We passed on everything. Yeah. Okay. So we're back to passing. I guess. So wait, I should actually look at this. We can take these out. Wondering why. So But I'm also, if it's just a bare CR, I don't know why we actually think that's the end of a line. Same thing here. This makes sense because this is just not a valid value. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, invalid character. That's the only place I'm doing that? I guess so. Actually, let's maybe regenerate this. I guess we're done. And apparently I did not... Why does it sync? Oh, code. One thing leads to another. Not sure what I'm doing there. All right. Yeah, invalid. That's 45. In comment, invalid in comment. Okay. That makes it. See, this is what I feel like we should be getting. Well, anyway. Anyway. Uh-oh. Invalid car. So what did I just fix here? No, not here. Oh, I call it invalid character. But I also feel like my definition is wrong there. So context and character. Although I kind of feel like I like that better. So Guess we're back to regenerating that. Okay, well, I put myself back in an infinite loop. I guess we need to eat these. What are we in here? What is going on here? Let's try this again. All right. So, of course, the great thing about that is guess I should have kept track of so this is in character 20. Yep. And string. And string. And string. Invalid. String. I feel like instead of calling that code point, I want to huh, interesting. So we don't have an invalid hour value, but I huh. Oh, what I call this step valid number. So where are we at here? Yeah, invalid. Zero is not invalid. Right, so I guess I should just make sure. Um, These are not really showing the right position. So invalid number, so this is going to be, what are we doing with, we want to do that, line car message, and then we want to advance the iterator. So let's check this here. Our where are we at? 16. Yep, that fixed that. $13. Yep. Day under 13. Yep. $19. Yep. $10. Yep. $10. Yep. $23. I guess we need the same thing up here, but we don't want to advance, so I keep thinking I got to tab over more than. Uh-oh, should not have done that. Should not have done that. Oh, that was a big mistake. Yep, so what are we? Okay, that's right. 17, yep. Well, I have something broken here. Where was that? 9, 10. I think we have what? Let's see, number. So what are we taking? We're taking context. Yep, I guess that's right. So this is what, 16? Oh, day values must be 2 digit. Okay. That's kind of spammy with the errors, but it makes it clear what's going on, I feel like. I'm not sure. I don't know that we can do any better than that. 11, yep. Although I don't. What's this? This is what am I calling this? Uh, Second values must be hour values. Um, I don't know. I feel like I want this to be a better message. Something like value for seconds. And I totes messed something up there. Uh, so, oh, value for hour. Value number month, day, hour, minutes and seconds. What are we doing for a year? Right, that was year length? Okay. Where are we here? Let's go here. Generate that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the seconds. And I don't remember anymore what capitalize. Years, months, days, hours, minutes, seconds. And then what don't we have? We don't have 579. And was this step missing separator? Do I have missing time separator? Oh, I do. But I think I want to change this to between. In fact, let's just, well, I guess. I feel like I have more probably cert falses. Oh. Uh, I guess that is the only place I can have that. And this is hour and minute. I think, right? No, it is not. It is minutes and so let's back this. Ours must be 2 digits. Oh, this is all. Okay, that looks good. Now we have all this invalid encoding. Which I don't know. Let's get past this invalid coding. Yeah, I may, I kind of want to keep going, but at the same time, I need to knock this off because I got to start getting ready for stuff to do tonight. Um, Main message is not defined. Underscore number. It's crazy how many mistakes I have in my code. It's a little bit depressing, to be honest with you. It's like everything I haven't like explicitly tested or tried to execute, like I've typed something in wrong. So what's going on here? Here I think is the problem. Yeah, missing fractional part. Yeah. I guess I understand what's happening here, I think. But why aren't we getting that on right before when we have those booleans? So what are we doing? We're obviously doing. Right, because what are we doing? We're synchronizing here, I guess. Except we don't necessarily know what to resynchronize on. So I've got to like sort out this resynchronization stuff. Um, so maybe right now, let me just see if I'm throwing any more exceptions anywhere. It looks like I am. Let's sort these out. Oops. Where else do I have? Oh, I got a lot of those. All right. Format Unicode. That's all it's being called, so I'm passing um so what's going on here in 425 then 1017 what are we getting here? D801. Okay. So 394. Calling Lex Unicode. Oh wait, what? Uh so I feel like that should be an upper score X first off. I guess I'm still not. Well, it's just not sure what the problem there is. Doubt that will have fixed it, but nope. So why do we think we have Flex Unicode, line 425. So we pass that in. Oh, I've totally hosed that up. So where else did I screw that up fiercely? Like I said, any code apparently that I have not actually explicitly run in Python is I've just typed it in incorrectly in random ways. So I guess that's a good reason to test. Just would be nice to be a little bit more efficient. So yeah, that's just blowing up everywhere. Looks like something else is blowing up there. What can I search on to, because all I want to do right now is, I guess, traceback, which I can't spell. All right. And at some point, like maybe the next 3 minutes, if I can't just actually get this to a reasonable stopping point, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I guess I managed to get all my errors. We're not obviously blowing up anywhere else. But I guess I'll have to continue stepping through this. I'm curious what other assert falses I still have in my code. I think I have. So I'm surprised that isn't. Huh, okay. Oh, well, this is just pure stupidity. But okay. So I got that. Still don't know why I'm not hitting an terminated string here. I guess we never actually tested an terminated string, although I feel like that's not the case. Oh, I guess because that's the case. So that is okay. So let's run this one more time. That's not all I want to do. I want to make test. I guess that's what I was doing. Okay. And did I introduce? Looks like I did not. Trace back on UTF-8, 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 UTF-8. I guess because Python is doing this for me, I guess I should just pay attention to my errors instead of just going through them. I probably want to wrap this error. I don't know. Because I haven't quite defined my API yet, I guess. I mean, I guess I kind of have, but anyway. All right, enough babbling. I am going to call that a stream. Not sure if anybody's lurking, but if you are, then I appreciate you joining me and hanging out. Or if you're watching this on the VOD after effect, I also appreciate you checking that out. And until next time, I bid you peace and take care. See ya.